Hello there, third and the last day of Collabothon 2022. Today, our teams will present the results and we'll see what they did for the last 3 days. Stay tuned. We will have two webinars just before we finish our day. And at 3 p.m., we start with presentations from our teams, and at 6 p.m., there will be announcement of winners. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the next webinar from the Go IT. And this company is actually fixing some huge problem, I think so. Because right now the main problem in IT is not the hardware, it's not the software, it's not the even some storage places or whatever. The problem is lack of the programmers, yes?
Yes, indeed, and that is something that we are working very hard to make people who don't really have any experience in IT to join IT and start their careers.
That's why Łukasz and Konstantin trying to help and actually find the people who can start from zero to hero.
Yes, exactly. That's precisely what we do.
Cool. And what languages? What is the path?
The main language that we are specializing in is the MERN full stack technology. So it is JavaScript plus Mongo, Express, React, and Node.js.
Whoa, that's huge. That's huge. That's cool. And today, Konstantin will be talking about.
Yeah, Konstantin is our person who is responsible for starting Go IT in Ukraine over 8 years ago. He's a very experienced businessman that he would like to share with us some insight when it comes to business and IT in the times of war in Ukraine.
Yeah, we are always happy when we can cooperate with the Ukraine. So, can we call in Konstantin on the?
Sure.
Okay, but we can hear them or not? Okay. So probably Konstantin, you can start.
Okay.
Hello, do you see my presentation? Yes?
Yes.
Great. So my name is Konstantin Magoletsky. I am originally from Ukraine, but based in Poland after the start of the war. I was a partner in the largest investment fund in Ukraine, Horizon Capital, more than $1 billion in the management. And I also one of the co-founders of Go IT, which is the largest online educational company in Ukraine for programmers. But now we are not just a leader in Ukraine with more than 6,000 programmers, but we are also a growing leader in Poland, where we are already like a top 2, a top 3 player, and Łukasz is our Polish CEO. So I was proposed to talk about tech during the war. And I will cover this topic. Would be happy to answer your questions, if any. It's great that I am presenting through Restream, which is a very popular platform, but it's very interesting that Restream is actually a Ukrainian platform developed in Vinnytsia, started 7 years ago, and it's expected to be one of the next Ukrainian unicorns. They already got more than $50 million of investment from the leading global companies. And unfortunately, it's Vinnytsia, where yesterday a lot of peaceful people were killed during the day, including small kids, by Russian missiles, which you might have heard. So that's unfortunately the reality which we are facing now. So as I said, yes, I'm presenting here as co-founder of Go IT, and Łukasz is CEO. And we are one of the largest tech online educational companies in the region, and not just in Eastern Europe, but also we started in Mexico, Colombia, and US. That's what we do, and we also actually launching education for teenagers now as well, and for kids in Poland.
Yeah, so maybe I would ask just to come back to the previous slide for a second. I would just like to say 2 words about our Polish operations, just so the guests in here know who we are and what we are doing. So basically, let's please get back to the previous one. When it comes to our operation, as Konstantin said, we are not only based in Ukraine and Poland, however, those are our biggest markets for the moment. We are also present in other countries, and in general, we are happy to say that, including our free and commercial courses, over 150,000 people already went through with them. So we are very happy to help people join IT, learn new skills directly from start. So if you'd be interested and have some people in your family that would be interested in it, we have both courses to can I please ask the next slide? From several different technologies, including what I already said, the full stack courses from JavaScript, Mongo, and Node.js frameworks. So basically, you're learning front end, and you can work as a full stack developer after all. There are also several other technologies that we are working with, but they are not yet operational in Poland for the moment. Please, next slide. And as I also mentioned, we are also involved in teaching the youngest people passion for coding from the earliest years. So if your children are interested in, for example, Roblox or Minecraft games, we are also operating with those as trainings. So that is pretty much all I wanted to say, not to take a lot of time. And let's return the voice to Konstantin, and he will tell us more about business in Ukraine.
Yes, so I don't know much about Poland yet, but I'm learning. I have Polish roots. By the way, I have Karta Polaka and so on, even before the war. But in Ukraine, tech is one of the largest sectors and one of the fastest growing ones. So despite all the challenges which Ukraine is facing this year, during the first 5 months of this year, Ukrainian tech grew by more than 20% versus last year. So we continue to grow despite the war. It's also a very big part of taxes in Ukraine are coming from tech already. It's a very big part of export, so it's more than a third of services export. It's $7 billion of export income. I think actually it's more. And it's almost 300,000 tech professionals. Interesting that it's still less than in Poland. I understand in Poland it's more than 400,000, but we are catching up quite fast, hopefully, because we grow more than 50% per year. So talking about last year, shortly, it was a record year, like for many countries and for many tech companies. So several Ukrainian companies went public, become unicorns, and the rest almost $1 billion, as you may see, including GitLab IPO, which I will talk a little bit later. Ukrainian companies did a lot of acquisitions, attracted a lot of investments, but then unfortunately the war started, and one of the first things which Ukrainian companies did is closed. If they had any operations in Russia and Belarus still, they closed them, and they started opening in other locations, first of all in Poland, and I will touch it a little bit later. So that's the size of investment which Ukrainian companies attracted during the last years. So last year we fell short from reaching $1 billion of investments, which is a huge growth over just several years ago. And this year we expected to have more than $1 billion of investments. Unfortunately, it looks now like a very ambitious target, but deals still to take place in Ukraine, and I will tell you about some deals, some very big deals and investments which happened in Ukrainian tech recently during the war. So the February was a record month for Ukrainian tech, and the revenues of the industries were almost $1 billion, almost 2 times higher than a year ago. So we were on a track for a very big results and very big growth. And then unfortunately, the war started. But even despite the start of the war, Ukrainian tech industry managed to keep strong volumes, and basically no big clients were lost by Ukrainian companies, and the level of sales remained at the level of the previous year. And then it actually started even getting better since May and June. So Ukrainian tech is doing a lot to support its country during the war. Quite a few programmers went to fight, even very well-known leaders of Ukrainian tech, like, for example, the previous CEO of the largest Ukrainian tech association, Ukrainian IT Association, went to the war, and unfortunately he was killed recently. It's obviously a big tragedy, but it's showing that different level of people, even very senior people, they go to fight and to defend their country. And even more than in the armed forces, we had Ukrainian programmers who joined so-called cyber forces and started doing cyber attacks attacking Russia, protecting Ukraine, and spreading Ukrainian information, Ukrainian view on things. You may call it Ukrainian propaganda, to get support for Ukraine around the world. That's an example of just some support which Ukrainian tech industry did. So it's a lot of helmets, a lot of bulletproof vests, a lot of Starlinks, which is very important because Elon Musk agreed to request from Ukrainian tech industry and started supplying Starlinks to Ukraine, and very big number of Starlinks were supplied to Ukraine, which is very important, not just for military operations, but even for civilians, like hospitals and so on. A lot of drones are being supported and supplied to Ukrainian army, which is also very important in the current war because it's a 21st century and it's not an old school war. It's a war with modern technologies, drones and so on, and that's why tech support, IT support is especially important. That's the numbers of how the industry is doing. So basically, most of the company maintained most of their contracts and didn't lose their clients. Some clients were putting their contracts on hold and came back. So the industry continues to perform strongly, and it's very impressive. I know it from my experience because we have a software development company as well in our group of companies. People continue to work during shelling. People continue to work during relocations. So despite all this huge stress, people continued, our programmers continue to work, our teachers continue to teach, and we've got a lot of respect from our clients, both abroad and in Ukraine, that we did our best to perform. Do you hear me well? So I hope so.
Yes, we do. Sorry.
Great. But obviously, like one of the biggest challenges Ukraine is facing now is the clients want Ukrainian software development companies not to have all of their programmers in Ukraine, but to diversify because they have risk management procedures and so on, and to diversify the risks. Ukrainian programmers are relocating to the extent it's possible to other countries and start hire programmers in other countries. And obviously, it's not a big surprise for you that in terms of relocated employees and so on, the numbers are quite high. And Poland is country number one for Ukrainians, first of all, because we are very grateful to Poland for the support during this war. I mean, I felt it myself and my family. And Poland is very open for Ukrainian business, and it's a great synergy. So just to give you some feeling, I don't know whether you know, but the largest Ukrainian software development company, SoftServe, which is from Lviv, it has more than 10,000 programmers just in Ukraine. So in my understanding, that's bigger than any Ukrainian, any Polish tech company. So Ukrainian software development companies are quite big. And they are able to create a lot of jobs in Poland, in other countries, so it would be very good synergies. Yes, Germany is a distant second in terms of relocation for Ukrainians, and Spain with Romania are number 3. In terms of opening new offices, again, Poland is by far a leader. And a lot of Ukrainian companies opened new offices. Here, I think the 21 is just, we are just starting. So I think the real number is much higher, especially it doesn't include small companies and so on. So we believe that that Polish tech will get an additional very big push and growth thanks to the Ukrainian companies opening offices here. And it's not just about bringing programmers to Poland or hiring programmers in Poland, but it's also about companies like, I mean, Restream could be one of the examples, when it's product companies which are bringing in new technologies, unique technologies to to Poland. One of these companies actually will mention shortly, which just became a unicorn, and they are opening the largest office outside of Ukraine, exactly in Poland. So I was actually surprised when I moved to Poland. I've heard about Allegro, which is a very big company with very big valuation. I've heard about InPost. It's not exactly a tech company, but still with some tech flavor. Obviously, I've heard great things about Polish gaming company and so on. So I was actually surprised that by some estimates, there is only one unicorn in Poland, depending how you look at it. So from this perspective, Ukrainians believe that they have actually more than 5 unicorns. So I will mention one of it shortly, but examples of such unicorns are, for example, Grammarly, which raised $200 million last year, and the valuation was more than $13 billion. The founders are from Ukraine, and most of the programmers in Ukraine. People AI is another example. It became a unicorn last year and raised more than $100 million from the top-level investors such as Mubadala and so on. Also, you might have heard about Bitfury, GitLab, and so on. This slide is like just a month old. It is already outdated because this company, Airslate, already became a unicorn also like a month ago. I will talk about it shortly. So one of the reasons maybe why Ukraine has more unicorns than some other countries nearby is because we have a very small, relatively small local market, relatively small consumer purchasing power, and so on. And the Ukrainian founders like Grammarly, for example, or PPI, they start the company, they get some traction, then they move to California, they raise the next round there, but they have their programmers in Ukraine. And then at some point, they become unicorns. So Airslate, which I will talk about shortly in more detail, is actually also such an example. It has an office in Boston, but most of the programmers are in Kiev. I actually found where I used to be a partner was an early stage investor, so very successful investment for us. And Airslate recently opened and expanded actively its office in Poland. So it's a great example how Poland can benefit from the cooperation with the Ukrainian tech. Preply, which also on a track to be a unicorn, also raised an investment recently. I will talk about it. And Restream, in the right corner, is the platform which your conference is using by coincidence for the presentation. It's not a very big coincidence because Restream is a very popular platform, as I've said, originally from Vinnytsia, but then after some rounds, the founders moved to US to develop this business further. Ajax is a great example of combination of tech and manufacturing. So it's very fast growing, and it actually also has an office in Poland and has ambitious plans for Poland, not just for selling its products here. It's a like 21st century security company. So it's security devices for homes and the businesses, but they have fantastic mobile application. They have very good AI, so they can see when there is no one home and there is some movement. They can see whether it's, say, an animal, a pet, like a cat or a dog, or it's like some bad guy came to your apartment or office. And they are growing very fast. It's interesting, actually, that you might have heard about Ring, Amazon device, which they acquired several years ago for more than $1 billion. It's like home cameras, and their largest development office was in Ukraine, and actually still is in Ukraine. So we have a culture of such tech and manufacturing combination. Yes, so GitLab, you might have heard about them. It's one of the largest Ukrainian tech companies. The founder is originally actually from Kharkiv. It's very interesting example. in many countries, in Ukraine and I understand in Poland as well, there is a perception that to become like really tech guy, that you should go to some fantastic university and study there, maybe become a PhD, and only then you can create something like very complicated. But GitLab is a great example that it's not true. So the founder of this company, he did not go to some cool tech university, but he did go to the courses, to tech courses, programming courses in Kharkiv. And despite that, he created very sophisticated company, very sophisticated product, very popular around the world among programmers. It's like GitHub. If you don't know what is GitLab, it's like GitHub, DevOps platform, very popular. And then they went public last year at the valuation more than $10 billion, and still the valuation remains very high. They got very top-level investors, grow very fast, continue to grow very fast, and so on. So for me, GitLab is very inspiring story when a guy who went to programming courses afterwards created a multi-billion dollar company, one of the largest, not just for Ukraine, but for the region. So despite the war, which is obviously like hurting Ukraine big time, Ukrainian companies continue to attract investments, and very big investments as well. So just recently, as 2 days ago, Preply announced $50 million investment. The valuation was not disclosed, but it's believed to be almost $500 million, so around $400–500 million. And Preply is a great company. It's actually quite active in Poland as well. So it was started in Ukraine, but now they have 2 headquarters, Ukraine and Barcelona. It's one of the most popular tutor online platforms in the world. Actually, I'm using Preply to study Polish with my Polish tutor. So it's growing very fast, showing very good results. I have more than 10,000 tutors, I believe. All 3 founders are Ukrainian, and what's very important, they have all ventures as an investor, and all ventures is the #1 investment fund for EdTech, for educational companies. So they've got the coolest investor that the educational company could dream about. And they also have some Polish investors as well. What I can tell you in public is that it's one of Pracuj co-founders, for example, Mr. Pshanik. Yeah. So it's also a great example of collaboration between Ukrainian and Polish tech. Another example is AirSlate, a company which I mentioned. It used to be called PDF Filler. It's, as I mentioned, the fund where I used to be a partner is an investor there. So they attracted more than a $50 million investment recently. One of the investors is the largest Romanian tech company, by the way, UiPath. They're a venture fund. And the valuation is more than $1 billion. So what they do is that they help to work online with PDF files. They provide very different type of services and products as it comes to work with PDF. So they also attracted a very big investment of more than $1 billion, and it was announced already after the war. So it's a great example that Ukrainian companies are fighting hard and continue to work hard despite the challenges which Ukraine is facing. The last, what I would like to mention is that, as you might see at the bottom of this unicorn slide, is that I would not say the issue which Ukraine is facing, but the room for improvement and for further growth of Ukraine, what's the focus for Ukrainian Ministry of Digital is that still 90% of Ukrainian programmers, more than 90%, are working in software development companies, basically in outsourcing. So that provides Ukraine with a lot of money, with a lot of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs. billions of dollars in revenues. All of these companies are profitable, growing very well, got top-level investors, and so on. However, obviously, we understand that it's product companies with unique technologies which can bring much more money, much better sophisticated products, and so on and so forth. Yes. So the focus of Ukrainian tech now is that more and more product companies are expected to be launched, and in Ukraine, Dia City was launched recently, which is a very good tax regime for Ukrainian, and not just Ukrainian tech companies, but other companies as well, are opening their office in Ukraine and registering. For example, Revolut also registered in Dia City. It's actually also, we don't call it Ukrainian unicorn, but it's important to understand that actually Revolut co-founder and CTO, and so basically second largest shareholder is Ukrainian. But Revolut is based in London, so we usually don't count it as Ukrainian tech company, but actually they have a very big office in Ukraine as well. So actually the unicorns with Ukrainian roots, there are many more of them, which I mentioned. Like, for example, the founder of WhatsApp, Jan Kum, was born in Ukraine, went to school here, and so on, before he relocated to US. The founder of PayPal, Max Levchin, was born in Ukraine, went to school here, and then he relocated to US. So we have a lot of talent, and we hope that there will be a lot of cooperation between Ukrainian and Polish tech. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Konstantin. So to sum up our short presentation, there is of course a big tragedy in the background, which is war. However, as you can see, even in the times of war, the IT is still working, and it's still very important for keeping the politics and the general economy up in our neighbor's country. And of course, there is also a ray of sunlight coming through the dense clouds that we were talking about. The business is still rolling, it is still going well. And there is, of course, now new possibilities opening for cooperations between Poland and Ukraine. So if you have any more questions, if you have any questions for me or Konstantin, we are here for you for this moment. If you would like to reach out for us, there is some contact info for me. I can, of course, hook you up also with Konstantin if there will be some direct questions to him. So if there are any questions, we're all ears. If not, thank you for your attention.
think we're clear with feedback. Hello, everybody. Is just a double check. Can you hear me okay? Coming through? Awesome. So hello and welcome today. I'm James Hopkins again from O'Reilly. Thanks to those of you joining me again today. Just a quick recap for those of you that may have joined or missed our meeting yesterday. We did a webinar where we talked through the broad range of content that we have available on O'Reilly. From the really sort of heavily technological, the hardware and those human skills as well, covering a wide range of modalities from the books, courses and live events, accessible on mobile as well, of course, and introducing a little bit around our experts and our certification coverage. For today's session, we're going to take a little bit more of a view onto the interactive content that's available for you through O'Reilly. And we've got a few different ways that you can interact and really learn how to do and really apply the learning that you get from O'Reilly, ready to sort of put into your production environments and sort of working with those hands-on. So we've got a number of things to talk through today in terms of those different ways of learning hands-on with O'Reilly. And the first thing we're going to talk about is our labs, which take a very much structured approach to learning, taking you through linear steps, really being able to build up those foundational knowledge areas across a wide range of programming languages, tools, and operating systems. So just to give you a bit of an idea of the scope that we have within these scenarios, we have around 1,000 different labs available across a wide range of topics. You can see, for example, on the page here, we've got quite a few different Kubernetes labs set up. We also support many of those programming languages, including things like security, getting your hands on with things like Kali Linux and various operating systems as well. So just to give you a bit of an insight to the experience that you can get with these, I'm just going to do a very simple Kubernetes first cluster. So let me just type in here. We'll do a quick search and then jump into one of these so you can see what the experience is going to be like for you. So I'm just going to load this one up, which is around the first application with Kubernetes. You'll see we have a little bit of information on the first page in terms of what you'll be learning throughout this particular session. This is around 20 minutes that is expected to take to complete. But we do find for those people, particularly if you're starting out with these tools and the hands-on application, that you might go through multiple times, first just to grow familiar with some of those key outputs, and then to really build up your fluency in coding and operating in the command line interface. So these as well, a lot of our labs are designed by experts. You'll see, for example, Jonathan Johnson, who's one of our leading experts in Kubernetes and microservices, and has many other content areas, and including some of those expert playlists that we talked about yesterday. So to give you a bit of an idea of the experience you'll have here, I've just jumped into the lab now, and you can see we have a slightly different setup to what you will have seen in some of our previous types of assets, where we have our terminals over on the right-hand side. In this case, we'll be sort of bouncing between two different terminals. And we also have our link out to the Kubernetes dashboard as well. So if you want to use that kind of graphical user interface, then you have the opportunity to do so. So then on the left-hand side, this is where we then get our learning. So this is our kind of structured learning, taking us through all of the different elements as part of this activity. You'll see this is then broken into steps. So the initial one is around setting up that initial cluster. And we can either choose to sort of type everything in manually. So if you're really building up your fluency and using the tools, then that can be a really useful part of it. Or if you're just starting out and you want to see what the outputs look like and grow in familiarity, then you also have the run commands on the left-hand side. So we can we can just click here. We can see that everything is loaded. We've got the Kubernetes status. Everything's ready for us here. And then we also have the ability here to kind of, we don't have to follow this exactly. So if you do want to try out different variations during these pathways, then you're more than welcome to. Most of these are set up in an Ubuntu environment. So a lot of those commands that will be familiar to you there. And of course, we can decide if we want with this particular one to get our version here, we can just type that into the command line interface as well. So I'll just do that very quickly to show you that we can sort of take both approaches here. And then the other thing you might want to do is to jump into that Kubernetes dashboard. So what I can do here is I can generate a token. I'm just going to very quickly copy and paste this for us now. And then we can open up the Kubernetes dashboard from the top or from the link within the guidance. And then when this goes in, we can just very quickly pop in our token and engage with the sort of user interface here. If I'd gone through steps 2 and 3, you would have also seen that there was the pods had been created already. But just for today, this is just to get you started so you can see the kind of experience that you can expect here. So the next type of interactive content we have are our sandboxes. And these are really our open environments for you to be able to play, experiment, freely make mistakes in a temporary environment where nothing that you do rightly or wrongly is going to have a bad impact on your production systems. And again, much like with our labs, we support many different tools. You'll see we have things like DevOps tools, PowerShell, Kubernetes and Docker from a microservices standpoint, as well as all those programming languages such as Java, Python, and the like as well. These environments will be very familiar to you after the conversations we've had over the last couple of days, showing off some of these features with the programmers we have hastily typing away in the other room. Very familiar environments. And just to jump into the Python sandbox, these will come with, let me just make sure that's loading. These will come with your kind of real basic intro. There's no guidance here. So this is really a place where you can copy and paste code in. You can use the familiar debugging tools. But you also, from the VS Code editor, that IDE, you have the ability to then really build up your stacks as well. So if you're using multiple programming languages together, you can see, for example, a few prompts we have here. We can really quickly piece this all together. We can create an environment familiar to us and really sort of make the most of this opportunity, knowing full well that as soon as you click that X, everything will be kind of temporary and removed as well. So a very free and sort of experience for you to jump into. So the next thing I wanted to talk about then is a brand new sort of release from O'Reilly, which is the concept of the Cloud Labs. And we've just released our first set of Cloud Labs, which are for the Microsoft Azure cloud. And along with this, very similar to the labs we've built up previously, these are very much scenario based, taking you through a lot of the foundational activities in terms of setting up storage solutions, building up networks, and various other things relating to those fundamental skills. These, again, we take the approach of giving you access not only to that command line interface, but also being able to log in directly into the Azure portal. And I'll just give you a bit of a brief in terms of what you can do here. I'm just going to search for one of our kind of more simple ones as a non-programmer or architect. It's always good for me to keep things nice and simple here. And this is just around uploading a file to an Azure storage blob. So this will be then, this will start to be pretty familiar now from the first one I showed you. You'll have your descriptions available for you, your learning objectives, and you'll also see with some of these that they're designed to build up a kind of pathway. So we look at some of those skills, we link them together into interactive sets as well. So you can go step by step through a much larger program, as well as through the individual steps within that particular lab. So once I start this off, again, very similar to what we had before here, but the first thing that we'll be doing is creating ourselves a temporary login to use Azure. So this means that you don't have to kind of log into your production environments or try and create new environments for you to work in, but you can really easily and simply get the usernames and logins here. So I'm just going to generate that and then walk through a couple of the steps and then just show you the ease of login when we get through to the graphical user interface as well. So again, much like we did before, we'll sort of be building up. It'll again, you'll have your run command, so it's really simple to follow that and just kind of see the initial processes. And of course, you have the open command line interface here. So if you are trying out variations, then it's very easy again for you to do so. And I'm just going to run through a couple of these just to get through to piece here. So this is where I can then echo the username. So I'm going to do that now. and I will also do the password there. And just because I have the screen share bit, I'll just have to try and scoot those down so I can see them on the screen. But what I can do here is I can then copy this username, and I'm just logged in. So this was just logging in directly to the Azure portal. I can pop these details in here really nice and easily. That'll take me through to the password. I can then jump back, grab that password as well. And then once we've done that, we'll be, okay, I've clearly had this open for a little bit too long. Let me just refresh that. Let's see if I can do this really quickly. Otherwise, we'll leave this for a moment. I've obviously made a mistake somewhere in I probably copied a space or something along those lines. Okay, I think I'm being too quick for the system. But usually, if you copy successfully and you don't copy any extra spaces or characters in, which I think is what I've done here, then normally you can jump straight into the Microsoft Azure portal. You'll be able to operate everything that you would normally through that graphical user interface, including the setup of your virtual machines, your storage solutions, and everything from there as well. So apologies for my mistake there. So the next thing I wanted to talk about very briefly is the idea of challenges. And this is really where we start to then look at that application. So making sure that all of the learning that you're doing through O'Reilly, it really has a place that you're able to complete those tasks. And often much more important than just purely the knowledge itself is really that then application into those different functions. And what we have with the challenges is you'll have a kind of a presentation of a small challenge. Usually these will be relating into particular learning paths that we have, perhaps also the live events, which I'll talk about in just a moment. But these will give you a kind of a really brief overview. And I'll just open up the kind of the spring challenge here. So you can see again, even with the challenges, we put these into slightly larger interactive sets as well. And then what you'll have here is you won't have that structured guidance. You'll just have the presentation of that particular challenge. You will then have your open terminals or dashboards, depending on the type of tool that you're using. And then you'll just have to go through and try and answer those questions, unlocking the kind of the answers as you go along as well. So you can see here that this is working in Spring. I've got sort of a link out to my IDE, my terminal, much like we've seen with some of the other interactive assets. And then over on the left-hand side, we then have a kind of presented task. So this is around sort of customizing the authentication and authorization. So this will be setting up some of those profiles. And what we have here is we're looking for a particular file that will then kind of unlock for us as soon as we make those changes here. I am not a Spring coder, if that is even the right term. So I don't really stand much of a chance of completing this challenge. But hopefully for those of you that have spent time learning through O'Reilly, you may even want to do this with an extra tab open to take a look and search for some answers that we looked at yesterday, for example. But if you are struggling, then we also have our hint options here. So this is looking at a particular file that I need in the IDE tab. So that gives me a little bit of an indication of where I can start going in order to complete this particular challenge. So I'd say, given the people in the building, I'm probably the least qualified to actually go through this. But hopefully for those of you taking a look at this, that makes a lot of sense and you can continue on much better than I could. So the last thing that I wanted to talk about in terms of the interactive content is the integration of interactive content within live training sessions. So for example, we've got this session here, which is hands-on Kubernetes deployment in 3 weeks, 3 separate sessions. The instructor, Sander van Voot, very well known within sort of Linux operating systems, will be sort of taking you through the learning associated with this in those weekly sessions, but also giving you then the ability to jump into some of our interactive labs and sandboxes to complete tasks as you go. And really the benefit of this is you get a kind of a much more live type of experience. You'll be able to get your hands on with the content that you're learning throughout those sessions. And because you have the instructor right there with the questions and answers available with the instructor, it means that if you do come across any challenges while you're working through those, you can immediately ask questions with Sander in this case, and really get that immediate feedback that you would expect from that kind of live event. So the live events, many of these kind of foundational ones will include those interactive. We're including it more and more within our live approach. And even with some of them, I know previous ones that we've run, I've tried to attend a few on Kubernetes myself. We'll even include the challenges in between those sessions as well. So it gives you a chance to go away, really try and apply that learning in between the sessions. And then still you have that opportunity to ask those questions, really clarify things, make sure that you're getting it right. So I think with kind of all of these things together, from the scenarios, being able to pick up foundational topics, being able to then, as you grow in expertise, utilize the sandbox type labs, and then also have that interaction with experts. It gives you a real end-to-end experience of being able to apply learning and not just have the knowledge, but be able to really do it in your work. So that was a little bit quicker than I expected, but what I wanted to do just with the last few minutes today is just to introduce some new elements that we're working on at O'Reilly and that we're developing in the future to help you out as well. The first one of those is the concept of workbooks. So both of the next two features are currently in beta at the moment that we were really working on developing. The first one is the concept of workbooks, and this is an opportunity for you to share knowledge with your colleagues as well. So this is just a really brief example that I've pulled up around sort of demonstrating sandbox environments in Python. And what we have here is on the left-hand side is we now can put in our own text. So if you want to guide someone through particular processes relating to your organization, then it means you can make very specific pathways and scripts, really great for onboarding people to the specifics that you use within your organization. Here I've just gone through a really just a few basic commands, understanding Ubuntu a little bit, understanding Python just a little bit here as well with a bit of text laid out here. But the other way that you could use this is also to set your own challenges. So if you're looking to test new teams, making sure they're fully aware of what they're doing with your internal systems and the nuances that you might work with. Perhaps it's about setting up the stacks that you work in general. Then these can be a really good thing in the future for you to be able to really list that out, share expertise with other people in your organization. And then the last one is a concept of interactive inside. And again, after speaking with people today, in sort of live face-to-face from our stand just outside, realize this is what a lot of people do when they're learning through the O'Reilly books, is you'll have an environment where you've got your books open, you'll be reading through, looking at some of that code, but then you'll also have your development environments, maybe your sandboxes, for example, open maybe in a different screen. So what we've decided to do with Interactive Inside is to really combine those. Initially within the beta, we're looking at things like our cookbooks where you've got a lot of code listed out for people. And these will give you that very similar sort of experience where you've got your book reader open on the left-hand side rather than being in the full window. And then on the right-hand side, you then have your development environments. So this gives you obviously a great opportunity on one screen to really go through. You can obviously copy and paste text across from the book itself into your terminal. And then if you're working in a production environment at the same time, then if you do have that second screen, you kind of have an intermediary space to make sure that you understand fully how things work before you then go and apply it. So this is something in beta at the moment, something we really want to kind of expand on over time. At the moment, we just have the 6 different books there, various different programming languages to sort of get you started. But again, these are both features in beta at the moment, but just to give you a bit of an idea on where we're going with interactive learning. And the other thing as well is if I jump back to the homepage for a moment, is we're looking to really build out and continue building on the cloud labs that we have. So at the moment, we have our Azure labs that are available. We have around 70 different scenarios available within that. Later on in the year, we will be working on our AWS in a similar format. And then just towards the end of the year as well, at Google Cloud Platform as well. So it will give you a really wide range. And I think one of the key points with the Cloud Labs as well is they won't be limited in any way. So you'll be able to access them as many times as you want. I think the timeout for the temporary environments is around an hour, so plenty of time to work through the scenarios we have, but also giving you a bit of scope to sandbox within that as well. Again, we're not sort of scripting what you do. We're just providing that scripted guidance to help you and give you that free flexibility to really try things out and experiment within the environment as well. So I think that really concludes what we have in terms of development environments. I'm sure if there was programmers stood where I am today, they would be able to get a lot more out of it than I can. But hopefully sets you up with all of that knowledge to be able to jump in, test things out and experiment as well. So I think in that case, I don't know if there's any questions from anyone in the room, and then I'll do a quick stop sharing and see if there's any questions in the chat as well. But yeah, any comments or feedback at all? Yeah, sure.
Are these interactive scenarios also available on our mobile phones or tablets, or we can only access it via our computers, laptops?
Good question. So this is probably the only asset type that we have which you can't access on the mobile, due to the nature of the environments and the sort of the coding setup. These ones are purely for desktop access. So thanks for the question there.
I understand. I just wanted to ask.
Great, thanks. Amazing. So in that case, let me just stop sharing briefly and see if there's any questions that have come into the chat at all. Okay, and it looks like we're clear at this stage. So in that case then, thanks very much for joining me on this session today. Great to be able to recap O'Reilly with you yesterday and then take more of an in-depth session today. So thank you very much and have a great rest of your day. Thanks.
Hello there, hello there. Slowly, we are finishing our Collabothon. Now it is time for presentation of our participants. Firstly, we will start with our remote teams, few of them. So, the rules. Of course, the rules are very simple, as always. You have 5 minutes for the presentation. Then we have some questions from our noble jury. And later on, they will just assess what you presented and what are the values. So 30%, sorry, will be a business value of your application. Then the next 30% is innovation of your solution. Then next is time to market. So how fast you can just implement that into life. And the last 10% will be the development level. So how much have you completed during these 3 days? So now I will present our noble jury. So from the left, the zoo representative, Michał Gołędowski. Welcome. The next one is Krzysztof Zalasa from Google. Next, Magdalena Przybysz-Zawada, Commerzbank. Next one is Marek Gajowniczek, Commerzbank as well. And then we have two guys from O'Reilly. The first one is Ivo Nestorov, and the second one is James Hopkins. So after this short introduction, we can start with the teams and their presentation. The first team will be Enomenos. So as far as I remember, you are winners from the last year. Is that true? Can you hear us, guys? Hello, hello. Okay, so let's wait for them for a second. But as far as I remember, these are the winners from the last year. So let's see if they will manage this year as well or not. Maybe some of you will beat them. Let's see. Hi, guys. Do we have you online? Can you hear us? Yes, we can hear you. So you can start your presentation. You have 5 minutes. And yeah, well, enjoy. Not yet. Now it's ready. Okay, very nice timing. In 5 minutes, they did it. Any comments from our jury?
Hi, it's James here from O'Reilly. I see the big part of that being the data and the AI involved in those recommendations. In terms of your prediction, how much data would you need and what sort of time to be able to get that up to scratch? Thank you.
Guys, during the presentation, you used mostly a tool for designing mockups, and it looks very eye candy. And I'm just wondering which part of this solution is already implemented, because it would be nice to have understanding how close to the market you are. Okay, thank you.
So I think that we are done with questions from our experts. So thank you, guys. Okay, and that was the only remote team that is contending in O'Reilly challenge. So next part will be Zoo challenge, and as far as I can see, we will start with Harambe beasts. Operator, do we have them? Almost. Okay. You should be smooth operator. So again, guys sitting here on site, we encourage you to come closer to us. You know, the atmosphere will be better. Come here. Something is happening. Hello, can you hear us? Okay, we can hear you as well. So as a reminder, you have 5 minutes and then a few questions from our experts. Ready, steady, go. Okay, thank you very much. You should implement core posture as well, but not in a zoo. Okay, so any questions from our experts?
Hi, can you hear me? Shimon, just one question, because I have children on my own, so I'm just wondering, are you planning to upgrade the application to some other languages, or just wondering? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that will be it. No more questions from our experts. So thank you, guys. Okay, so our next remote contestant is Jason Statham. Always dangerous, always in action. Do we have them? Operator. They are joining. Okay. So let's give them a few minutes. I can see that our English friends are laughing at your name, Jason. Good name. And by the way, Statham is from London, as far as I remember. Jason Statham, the actor, East London. Yeah, so dangerous guy for sure. Hello there. Can you hear us? Yes, we can. Okay, we can hear you as well. So again, as a reminder, you have 5 minutes for the presentation, and then few questions from our experts. So let's start. Well, we can see something. Thank you, guys. I love the name Zukedex. But yeah, whatever. Okay, do we have questions from experts?
Okay, hello. So for the question for you is like the idea about donating, about collecting points, exchanging for some vouchers sounds really nice, but uh, how you by yourself will judge how innovating is this app? Because it's really similar to Pokemon Go, which is, let's say, on the flow for this moment still. But how you feel people visiting zoos could be attracted by such an app?
Any other questions? Okay, if this is not the case, then thank you, guys. Nice presentation, and let's move on. Okay. So we are done with the remote zoo challengers, and now we will step into Google challenge. So first team would be Code Tigers. Operator, do we have them? Not yet again. You are not smooth. The song is not about you. Code Tigers. There should be barcode tigers. Anyway, we have barcodes on tigers. Hello, guys. Can you hear us? Okay, we can hear you very well as well. So reminder, you have 5 minutes for the presentation and then a few questions from the experts. Are you ready? Hello? Hello? Can you hear us? Okay. Yeah, you can start. Thank you. Any questions from the audience?
Hi guys, thank you for your presentation. I have a question how it will work for more complex topics that are not so easy to pass on chat. So I'm thinking about physics, math, or even art classes. Because from my experience, it is very challenging to pass this type of content on mobile. Do you have any ideas how to solve this challenge?
Just another question. How do you want to verify mentors? Because, you know, this is like connecting students with mentors, and we should, how to say, somehow be sure that the ones who are to guide are the proper people. Okay, thank you.
Hi, Ivo from O'Reilly here. Just a question on the vetting process you mentioned, and also you're using a lot of free resources. So if you will have to verify the quality of those, if you're having to have a process to verify the quality of those resources, which is full time, you will likely need a kind of a staff to do that, or people that are full time working on it. So if it's a non-for-profit and free resource, how are you planning on funding or paying for that type of staff? Great, thank you.
Hi. Just a follow-up of the questions from my colleagues. Have you thought how would you promote your app, and what would be the target group, business partners target group? Thank you.
Okay, I think that we are done with the questions. Thank you guys for the presentation. Okay, so the next team would be again Jason, but this time Jason Derulo. I think that this is some kind of singer, or I don't know the guy. So, operator, do we have them? Little pig, let me in. Hello there. Can you hear us? Yes, we can. Okay, so again, as a reminder, 5 minutes for the presentation and then questions from our experts. Are you ready? it's 5 minutes already. So any questions from our experts?
Hi, I just have a question because like the idea is very good, but unfortunately the refugee topics also are put on risk in human traffic. Do you have any security verification checks for the bodies? Thank you.
Any other questions?
Just another one, because right now this topic is quite hot, and I think that there are a lot of different web pages that try to connect refugees to supporters. So, what is your idea? How do you start, or how do you want to get people know that you are on the market? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if this is not the case, then thank you very much for your presentation. And from our remote contenders, last but not least, of course, and the name is really hard for me. So this is UWUR. So I think that this is like or something like that. Operator, do we have them online? Almost, almost. So let's wait for them. Hello there. Can you hear us? Okay, you can. We can hear you as well. So again, as a reminder, 5 minutes for presentation and then few questions from our experts. Are you ready?
And back to the chats. We also
Thank you. Any questions from our experts?
Guys, thank you for presentation. I have one question. Let's assume for a while that I'm in role of refugee and I have really special need, right? Special doctor care or maybe, you know, gymnastic lessons for 6 years old champion. So how can I find a solution for this type of problem? Because it seems that your app is focused mostly of something which is reputable, but I would like to understand how would you handle those special cases, which are the hardest one from my experience. And how would you like to provide this type of content in Ukrainian? Because, for instance, hospitals are providing description of their services in Polish, sometimes in English, but definitively you would need to provide translation to Ukrainian and Russian. So.
Yeah, one question. You mentioned users can, log in as one account, log out under another account, for example. So that could cause some security problems. Are you going to have some kind of a verification process in place? And what about additional verification? Because there, there's a chat in place. They may go meet people in person. So, yeah, just for kind of personal security reasons, would you have another verification process? Yeah, like you mentioned earlier, that people trafficking and things like that. That's a real risk. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? It's not the case. So thank you guys for your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, this way we are done with our online presentations. Now give us 5 minutes. We need to reset here, and in 5 minutes we will start with on-site presentations. So be prepared. Hello there after a short break. So now we will take care about our on-site teams. The first team to present is super great team, and they will be presenting their solution for Commerzbank challenge.
Okay, hello everyone. We would like to face some we try to solve some issues, which is the pollution, traffic jams, and also with the traffic and these parking spaces are reducing the green spaces in the cities. So we are thinking how we can face this and make it better. And the first and most obvious solution is to use the public transport. But in the moment, if everyone will change to the public transport, it might look like this, and we don't want it because it won't be very nice to use. And to prevent that, we want to encourage people to use the bikes as a mean of transportation. And we know that people are a bit lazy and not always want to move. So we are looking for a way to encourage them to start biking, and we figure out the best and easiest way would be monetizing the activity. So our app would count the kilometers you ride on the bicycle, and for each kilometer you will earn 1 point, and those points could be exchanged later for bus tickets. Also, we would like to even more encourage people to use the app and to take a ride. There will be some extra challenges where you could get extra points. Also, there will be some data, some feel-good effect. We can see how good you are going, so how much money you saved, how much pollution you reduced. Also, there will be the ranking, where you can see how are you doing in comparison to other people. And we were thinking about that the best riders, they could also be awarded, so the people are incentivized even more. For example, the top best riders could get some extra points. Also, you can check your history of your rides and how you are doing in comparison, like in a month or last week. And the most important feature for our app is the ticket. When you can get ticket for now, it will be Łódź, but in the future it could be expanded to other cities. And it's why we choose the points. So every city can make their own exchange rate. So each point can be changed for different price. And why the cities should cooperate with us and give those tickets to the public? First and most is the promotion of the public transport. You will get less pollution because people would stop using their cars. And also we can provide data and statistic to better plan the public transportation in the future, because we will know how people move, when and where. And also to prevent abuse and some cheating with the data, we would check the speed and location. So if someone is going too fast, we can assume that he's going by car. And we are also thinking about limiting the number of points you can earn per day for around 100, because we think is the amount you can ride on the bike by day. And now Kuba will say a little bit about the technicalities.
Yeah, so we have a prototype, and unfortunately, as reality is usually, it's a little bit disappointing right now. But we couldn't let our designers do all the job, so we tried really hard to make at least an example of how it would look like. So What we see here is that we can start a trip, and now the front end is actually feeding the API backend data with GPS points, and we are calculating based on that points how many kilometers this one trip was actually, and we award points for that. And here we can buy spend those points to buy the tickets. Right now, actually, the backend is really working quite well. We are of course, the data points are well mocked, and there are really GPS points, but we are not gathering the location data for now because it's just an example. And the tickets are also just an images right now. We would need City to provide us with some kind of APIs to actually generate the valid ticket for a ride. So yeah, we have something working. It's a proof of concept that it can be done in quite a short time, and the logic behind it is, and the algorithms, they are not so really hard. So yeah, that's all basically. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the experts? Anyone with the question?
So thank you for presentation. First question, as I understand, you would like to track people, yes? Because when you got those points, so this is like how I moved already. How it is with how you will need how to say people to commit to that, yeah, that they can be tracked. Do you have any idea how to secure the data, because it might be also sensitive data?
Well, yeah, it's as all personal data, it's quite sensitive, and well, I guess there are some. Usually, all the companies secure their data in every way possible. We didn't think about concrete implementation of the security. We'll probably use some cloud solution that may be already protected by many mechanisms that much smarter people than us already developed, like Google, for example. Yeah, but yeah, this is the sensitive, we have very sensitive data, so we most definitely will need to secure it in any way possible. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you planning to just support cycling or other kind of means?
Basically, the app works solely based on GPS data coordinates. So if you are walking or you are driving an e-scooter, for example, if you have your tracking option in your mobile, for example, turn on, then there's no problem in just sending us the GPS coordinates, and then the distance will be always calculated. So yeah, sure.
I am not in the jury, but I will ask one question. Then how
Okay.
would you like to avoid people cheating? Because if you are based on GPS, then I can just get into my car and cheat you.
Yeah, so basically, as my colleague mentioned, we were thinking about at least checking a speed of travel, because usually if people are cycling, they cannot do 50 kilometers per hour speed, maybe with electric bike, but maybe like 40, something like that. Yeah. So we would like to check for some kind of speed anomalies, but at the same time we would like to limit the daily points you can get to 100. So at least maybe those cheaters won't amass such a huge amount of points.
Okay. Any other questions from our experts? That is not the case. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next team would be M team, and again, that is a Commerzbank challenge. So let them few minutes for a setup, and they asked for 2 microphones because they want to cooperate during the presentation. So first I will give them 2 mics, and then we'll pass one of them to our experts for the questions.
Hello, I'm Bartek. I'm typical IT guy. I was driving to the work individually, and there was always a problem to find a free parking slot. I've noticed that many of my coworkers are also driving to the work individually. I think it doesn't make sense. Um, I've got access to CanGo app. It's a benefit from my company. Using this app, I can find a driver who can pick me up to the work. I don't waste my time looking for a free parking slot. I'm saving my money on the fuel and saving my time, what's obvious.
Hello, my name is Przemek and I am a driver. And I go to my work, my office every day and by myself with almost empty car. And I was worried about a lot of people going with almost empty cars. And I was worried also about the growing CO2 emission year by year. I found the Kangoo app where I can find coworkers and people from other companies and also private users, which I can pick up and we can go to work with one car together. Let's go. I will show you how it works from the point of view of driver. So we have the main screen where I have a subscription which is active. It's for free for drivers and it's connected with my company. So let's offer my ride. I can put information about my location and where I can go and how many people I can take with me. I can also add some points where I can stop or where other people can wait for me. And okay, let's offer my ride. And when someone is interested, I will get notification and I see that Amelia wants to ride with me tomorrow. Okay, accept. And we ride, and after our ride, I will get some points on our cafeteria system and information how many CO2 we saved. So let's go back to home screen and to check how many Kango points I have. And here I can change them for hours, like coffee. So everyone likes coffee, right?
Okay, so from passenger point of view, I have a subscription. It's paid by my company, and I'll find my first ride. Okay, so on this screen, I enter my from to locations, filling date, time fields, and so on. So let's go. Okay, so application shows me best match options. The first one is my coworker. It's a trusted driver because it's my coworker. Uh, there is an electric car which is important to me. I will choose it. Okay, and now I see that I have a notification. Okay, Amelia wants to ride with me. Oh, it's nice. And after that, I'm on my way. Oh, and I've just saved more than 2 kilos CO2. That's simple, yeah? Any questions?
Hi, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have one question because, of course, as a Commerzbank, we care about our employee safety. And I know that you showed a verified driver, but what about the unverified drivers? This is the benefit from Commerzbank. So let's say, how would you like to verify the unverified drivers?
There can be always a rank that users can comments they write. For example, like other solutions. I'm not sure it's the answer.
I think one of the ways we can verify drivers is, for example, look at the drivers from other companies, because the companies, by giving the drivers their licenses, vote for their employees. And the individual drivers who sign up for our subscription, well, they have to show, prove themselves first by giving many rides and being ranked high by their passengers.
Okay, thank you.
As I understand, this is the idea. So how much of the code have you implemented?
Well, some of the screens of the applications are working, but without the backend behind it being fully implemented, because we didn't have enough time for that. And well, that's a complicated app, obviously. Yeah, we did the integration. The maps that we are showing were actual maps from an Mapbox, from Mapbox, right?
The most part of application and screens are ready, but not 100%. We also have Mapbox building, but for presentation we just show you mockups with maps, which is
Okay,
already working.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that these are all the questions from our experts. Okay, so that was Commerzbank challenge. The next one is O'Reilly challenge, and we have Mods Vena team. Let them come to here. Yeah, I see them coming. I see them coming. They will set up, and in few minutes they will come.
Hi.
Okay, hello. Okay, thank you. So hello, we are Mods Vena team, and we consist of people from IT and also outside of the team. That's why it was natural for us to choose the O'Reilly challenge, which is actually helping people to change their jobs. And as you already know, there are around 60,000 specialists missing from the market, and because of the technology is developing so fast. Actually, this data is from Poland, but there is a huge demand of IT specialists, and also due to the work situation, many things are going on the world, and people want to change the industry also to IT, to improve themselves, to be to change their lives. That's why we thought that we will help them with the make the change simpler. And that's why we thought that it would be a good thing to first know them, so know their personality, because in the world of IT, there are people needed from different with different personalities, and we would like to help to adjust their personalities to the jobs they would like to that they can preferably choose. Okay, and we will show you how what we propose. So we can go now to the application and what we have done now. And here
I can
Raul
continue.
will take
Yes.
part.
Hello. Well, we have, as Michal has mentioned it, we have switched from the perspective about our skills to personality. So we have created a couple of forms about some personality skills. So, for example, you regularly make new friends or not. So we do it with for you as a personality, and for roles. So we can create, for example, a random name here, random email, example, took some values for all of those questions. This is well, and just send here. So we can see here, let's make it bigger, that we can rate our skills or personality to different roles. So it's this approach is just to show and connect O'Reilly to the different skills needed to take all of these roles from our personality and not from our skills. So this is quite good for new people, newcomers coming to the job market, to if you want to also to switch from one to other position. So this is mainly our development. It is really working. It's working with containers and with Python. So maybe we can continue with the presentation.
Okay, and
So,
here you see the design, what we would like to achieve, and this is only, yeah, it's a design that...
This is our future design, or how we think about it. So we are creating an algorithm about distances between who we are and the different roles. We receive some personal data and the personality test. We receive, we are calculate all the information here, and we connect. We are pretending to connect to the O'Reilly API resources to get all the data here. We also can connect all this data, all the requirements from different roles from some job portals, and this is what we think we should do in the future. Please continue.
Yes, okay. And also, because this is mainly backend and what we have technically done, we have a prototype of the future design, and this will...
We can see the simple mockup of this app, and if we click the send button, we can step by step in each screen. We don't have time to present this. I choose this. Next. Yes. Oh, I get the first job and send the data to my mail.
Okay, so that's basically it what we have prepared, and yes, and I'm waiting for questions.
Yeah. What? Microservices.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you for presentation. I'm just wondering because you put a lot of attention to understanding people's personality, and I really like it as you know someone who studied psychology. But my question is, could you imagine a team of IT professionals with exactly the same personality skills in the team? So I'm saying that there is no diversity in the team. So let's imagine that there is a Scrum team of 6 developers, and each of them have exactly the same personality profile. And if it would be good idea to build this type of team, so everyone would, for instance, with C# or Java or whatever the skill would be needed, will have exactly the same personality skills. So it means that we follow
Yes,
your logic
this is true.
and
This makes sense. So what you may want to do, or you may do, is just to create some new roles. For example, just maybe you have one lead developer, for example, to be more open, or you can make the setup about the different roles. So this is the point. Now what we are doing is just calculating something. So maybe you, or as a company, you may want to make some weights to different questions. So maybe you are a manager, you may prefer to have different skills for different points. So not all of the questions are as important as the others. So this is just the definition of what you are looking for. Just create new roles and look for those people. Could be a
And also I will add from my perspective that the whole team is not only developers. We have Scrum Masters, product owners, and so on. And I thought more about assigning also people to those different roles that are around the developers, and they are as much important as the developers, I would say, from my perspective.
So what we want to look for is just to fill the gap between who you are and the position. So maybe you have a definition as a manager, and you have the personality of the employee. So with these differences, we may have received some information from maybe even for your company, from Google, from O'Reilly. So this is what you need to be what we need. Well, any other questions, points? Yes.
So because your algorithm is also suggesting you jobs from employers and courses from O'Reilly, do you think you need more inputs into that algorithm than personality? Because, for example, an employer may want to see experience or skills. O'Reilly would
Yes.
need to see skills to give you the right
Yes,
course.
yes,
So-
it could be added without a problem. Could you please show the screen? And no, the app. Yes. Yes. Well, what I'm doing just, right now is just comparing your. Look, here are every question, every point has a name. For example, friends is the first question. So what we are doing is just comparing. It's such as similar to an inner join. So if you are going to add new skill or new features, is just you only need to be adding, because this is not a table, just comparing one by one. But if you need, you add some new questions, new points. For example, are you able to, are you willing to be relocated or not? Could be added. So it's not a problem, because it is not using, a relational database. What I am thinking about is just to create a NoSQL database to continue the project. Any other question? So from our team, we would like to say thank you very much for all the organization, all the team, especially to our manager from Commerzbank and to the rest of the team. So thank you very much, and to the other participants. So thank you and bye. See you.
Thank you. So that was the O'Reilly challenge. And now we step into Zoo challenge. So the first team to introduce themselves is Wesołe Jagódki team. Come on. They are setting up. Give them a few seconds. How many mics you need? 1, 2? Okay. So if you are ready, the stage is yours.
Thank you. So we are the Wesołe Jagódki team, and today we would like to show you our zoo challenge, which is Orientarium app, which we prepared for you. And what's important, we need to remember that we are not only one on the earth. We need to remember that we need to cooperate with other wildlife, and that's what we prepared for today. We wanted to show you that we can compare the business and something more important, which is education. So we want to present you our application that compare both of it. Maybe it's too loud, but I can still talk to you. And our application compare both of it. So we have quests that can educate you, and you can earn points that can make you download this application, because no one wants to download the application only for educate. Be sure about it. So we prepared a whole application for Orientarium with some functionalities that are important for people. So every time when someone will want to come here, they will download this. So we will be sure in the future that they can use our special functionalities that can also educate them in the future, also about the threats that are important, like with the palm oil and the orangutans, which I remember now. And of course, not this. We want to switch a little. Of course, we started from the UX and UI work, but it's only a little part of our work. Of course, we want to show it to you because it's well done. I think it's a complete prototype that is working. So that's good to show you. Of course, internet is not the best one here, but it's not the time to show you the prototype. We also have the application. So we will tell you more about the application showing the real one. So yeah, we need to take our phone.
Okay, so in our application, we have most of the screens that you would see on the prototype. I would not create a new user. I just log in on the one that we previously created. Yeah. Okay, so these news are hard-coded for now. We didn't have time to create any database with it. Of course, it would be fetched with some API from the zoo, for example. We have screens with tickets where we would buy some for the zoo, and of course we would then keep them on our phone. We have a map with the zoo. We have some informations about it, and the main feature is an application, which is the main feature of the application is a game, and this game allows us to gather some points for finding, for example, flowers or animals. And I will show you that we are looking for now for a tulipan. and that's obviously not a tulipan, but we will see if we get some points for that.
Yeah, so we trained our own model for recognition of the flowers, and we essentially took a very large pre-trained model, and we fine-tuned it on the data set of 400 different flower species, and we deployed it to a Flask server. And here it is. Here we can see that it correctly recognized that this is not a tulip. And now we will take the photo of a tulip, and it should work.
Yeah, and that was also important for us because after adding the photo, you can also read about the here flowers, but also animals. Learn how to help to cooperate with them, like just not killing them as we do on the daily basis. So we can also learn. But the most important thing here, you can get some points after adding this, and then you can use them to get some free tickets, some discounts, some cups, mugs, t-shirts and stuff like this. So we are sure that people want to use it later. And also we thought that you can also use this application inside and outside of Zoo. So we can have more of clients. And that's all. We showed you already everything. So thank you. If you have any questions, then you can ask now.
Okay, that's much more better than yesterday. First of all, I really like the web that you can get tickets, that you've got the map. You showed the part. You said something about you can do some quizzes about something like this to earn these points, but
Yes.
you've got this part ready or not yet?
No, it's not yet. We didn't have enough time to add it, but also, no, I can show you. But on the main application, it's not working. But on the prototype, we added some, but not added the quiz one. So we were having struggles with data sets to make it right. But of course, still ready to implement the another page. And I know that my time was done, but we also thought about prepare some eye tracking to it. And after that, we have also 6 hours to make our user interface better. So right now we are sure that it's not, it don't have a lot of hard to understand stuff on the interface.
No more questions, I guess. Thank you, guys. It's really nice to see improvement from yesterday. Okay, next team challenging Zoo is Parrot. Are you there, guys? Yeah, you there.
Test.
Now it's working.
Well, hello everyone. So we need your attention, and please pay attention to this picture because this is actually very sad. Imagine the following. You are a family and you go to the zoo, which is a great experience. You do that once every few years. your children, you have 3 or 4 of them, are really looking forward to seeing the elephants. I mean, it's, as far as I know, the biggest elephant in Europe here, right? So really an attraction. You come to the cage and then you see, where's the elephant? And you can imagine what 3 little children will do. They will cry, where is the elephant? I want to see the elephant. When is it there? And we want to answer exactly that question with Papuk AI. Our slogan is see animals and not empty cages. And we want to present you in the following 3 minutes what Papuk AI is able to do. So, how does it actually work? What we propose is the following: installing very simple outdoor cameras into the cages. Of course, in a position where you cannot see the visitors for privacy concerns, but only the positions where you would probably see the animals. This data that we collect there is then sent to we propose a cloud solution, which is working, processing the data with a machine learning model, a very basic image processing model that can analyze whether there is an animal in this spot or not. And of course, we can also distinguish between over 400 different species of animals, which is of course important for a zoo, which has so many species as this one. And we can really say, is the elephant in its cage or is it not? So in this case, the elephant, as we see in the cage, the monkey is there. So it's a green sign. Let's go on. What can we do with the information? Well, we could display it in the zoo, like monitors everywhere, and we could just use the map that we have and show which animals are available. But if you put your hand on your pocket, you will realize that you all have a monitor already, which is your smartphone. And therefore, we propose the following.
So our idea was, of course, you could put displays all over the zoo, but as Christopher said, you have a smartphone in your pocket. So why not use that? So our idea was to create a web app, which you could, of course, also translate into a real mobile app. First of all, a web app, which allows you to be able to see that anywhere in the zoo. So for instance, here we have the Indian elephant, and as you can see, it's not in its cage. So you have all the different animals, and you can, of course, it's interactive. So I would like you guys to take out your smartphones and scan this QR code if you want to try it out yourself. Okay, I can see a few people don't want to do that. So for those people, we have also, of course, prepared some slides. So if you would click on the Indian elephant, which the people who don't have their smartphones out can do, you will see a short description, a longer description, and some general information about the elephant and its feeding time, which is where there's a very high chance that the elephant is to be seen. And our biggest selling point is at the bottom. It's notify me. So as soon as you click that slider, you will get a notification, whichever form you like. A push notification, for example, as soon as the animal is visible for the visitors. So you can see, okay, the whatever tiger maybe is there now, I will go to there with my kids. But you have a push notification. Now what?
And now, all in the audience, another moment of attention. What is coming now? Well, the happy end, of course. So we got the notification. Finally, the elephant is in its cage. We can now visit it. And yeah, that's the happy end for all families visiting the zoo in Łódź. Thank you very much. And we would ask our team members to come to the stage. And then we would ask you whether you have any questions for Papuk AI. Thank you.
So what do you need to get it working? I mean, in the zoo.
To get what exactly working? The web app? So the backend works.
Yeah, but mobile application.
Web developers.
Okay.
Yeah, so you need to have the infrastructure for the cameras. You need to have the processing power to like actually extract something out of that, which you could do in the cloud. And you need developers who can develop the app.
Okay.
Maybe just one comment on the machine learning part, which is actually, I can tell you, less than 20 lines of code if you use pre-trained models from TensorFlow, which is very famous. So you don't need real data scientists, which can be quite expensive. Normal developers are really enough. I see some smiling.
No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys, thank you. Now, next team, Cunning Beavers. And they just told me that Cunning Beaver is capybara. And I never heard that Cunning Beaver is capybara. Guys from England, can you tell us, is Cunning Beaver a capybara or no? Yeah. Yeah. Cunning Beaver? No. Never heard of that. So Cunning Beavers.
And I know we all wondering how to make the world a better place for us and for animals. We are conscious society and we know we have to start care about our environment. New technologies are a chance to do it right. Technology is progressing all time and have a stable place in our life. Nowadays, teenagers are discovering the world through phone screens. And as a responsible society, we need to think about how to convey good values, such as respect for animals, the importance of helping integrated species in a way maybe we will.
You will not be on streaming.
I don't know if most can you... So today we want to present an app that is real game changer in experiencing the life of real animals. We create a new unique application for the Łódź Zoo that entertains, teaches, and helps at the same time. Our application not only has a unique social purpose, but it also have a great business model. 65% of zoo visitors are kids who come here with their parents. Our app is an ideal idea for the whole family to spend time out of the box and encourages financial support for zoo. We start our work from brainstorming, and now I want to show you our prototypes that can visualize our ideas. Sorry for small problem. Okay, now we can show you our prototype, and when we log in, we will see the main screen of the game, which involves catching pets. Do you know Pokemon Go? This is a similar scam, but more interesting. When you catch an animal, you move to the screen quiz. And if you answer question right, you get a point and unlock a new animal in your collection. When you have unlocked animal in your collection, you can take a part in additional task based on the zoo map. You can start a new quest by going to the icon of the unlock animal on the map. So look on map. We can just find some quest, but maybe not this. Maybe we can go this, and yeah, and we have a quiz to do, and each achievement you manage to complete gives you additional points and achievements which you can enjoy on the achievement list. You can also check the ranking and compare who now has the most points. And it's a good way to monetize this project, because in the future we need to change the points for money for zoo. And in animal collection we can get in to have more information about. We can also donate. Yeah, maybe I just log out. Since we have only 5 minutes, I won't show you every aspect of the application, but I'm happy to show the most important operation, and I want to give my micro to best programmer ever.
Thank you very much. Okay. So, as you probably see on the screen, we have all done with our application, with backend and everything. Of course, there are no animal, but I think we can elephant here. I don't think this work, but is maybe something like that. Elephant or elephant is enough. Penguin. Oh yeah. We have a question, of course. We can ask. We can answer this question. Add to collection. Read something about this penguin. Oh, maybe should be crocodile, not penguin. But you know, we have unlocked our collection animal like Pokédex, and can see everything around a lot of animals. We have all things like Nina show us about maps, photos, and rankings. All application is all done with backend and everything. What we want to do, just automatize the generation of model for IE, because this is for now so manual. Thank you for more time. And this is probably time for question for us.
If we have this time, we can show on live how we can recognize.
Yeah, we go to the zoo today and work with penguins and everything well done. Okay. Any question?
Okay, I see that your application really love penguins. I see them everywhere.
Yes.
Actually, you're the third group that creates something like Zoo Pokemon Go. In your opinion, what is something new, something modern that you're better than two previous team?
It's very complicated to answer this question because I think the power is of ideas for monetization of that. Because game is a game and idea is very similar between teams, but we need to take a lot of time to make proper achievement and proper. Sorry, we need to think about gamification of that, and gamification plus monetization with donation and sponsor logos or something like that. I think is the best way to do that, because if sponsor have need to give us a money for show a logo or something like that. They always want to show that this application is here and I sponsor it, and this is the connection between everything around sponsor, about players who want to go to the zoo, who want to play, who want to donate, for example. And I think everything is similar, but this is the part for us to make more ideas to do that, to do better game for now. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And remember, this is a penguin. Okay, next team with the zoo challenge is GNU Power.
Just 1 second. So hello, our team is named GNU Power, which is the animal that gone extinct in the wild. So the team name is very appropriate. So our team made an application, basically the game for children. And can I have the next slide? The game for children, and that would be very educational, and it would differ from other games in a very unique way. So can I have the next one? The problem in the zoos is that children, when they come to the zoo, they do not get very educated, even if they're with the tour guide, because it's very loud and it's very crowded. So we decided to build an application that would talk to the children in a very unique way, in their language, so it's like by the game. Can I have the next one? So we decided to make a game about endangered species, and as we all know, those endangered species, they have very unique, like they need very unique caring, and they need some kind of like the zoo workers for sure know how those unique requirements for each animal is. So we made an application to let those children to feel like a zoo worker, basically. So can I have the game? Not this one, previous. Yeah, so basically the game looks like this. We have the map here. And in this map, in the final version, it's supposed to show live location and the route to each animal and the QR codes. Like in the picture of animals, there will be a QR code so they can scan. And when they scan, they will it will redirect to the game. Where they have to do some kind of caring, basically, and there is the game.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. As my teammate just said, we created this game, and I will now tell you a bit about this. And okay, so at the beginning we have only one animal, and it's like okay, it's like a demo version, yeah. And of course, later when we unlock more animals, like by scanning QR codes, yes, we just collect them, yeah, and then we have more animals to care about. So, what is this game about? Like, can you please restart this page? Because okay, just reload it, please. Okay, okay. So, okay, here we have small, nice lion cub, yeah, and okay, he like eats. Okay, maybe he has some needs, yes, like basic needs, like food, water, sleep, and okay, also he has mood, yeah, because you know if you don't like play with it or don't care about it, yeah, it will just like get depressed probably, yeah. And here we have some well, like yes, like we already said, it's for children, yeah, basically. So the interface is very simple and clear. So what a player has to do is to take care, yeah, of these animals. Like here is a bed, yeah, for this bed, and those are bowls with food and water, yeah, and you can refill it, and also you can pet it, yeah, like when you click it, yeah, you can just pet it and it will purr. Okay, so when these well, any of these statistics, like you see here, yeah. For example, food is going low, yeah, and we have only one portion there, yeah. Okay, it will eat, but you have to refill it on time. Otherwise, it will just you know, you will see in a moment, because we also have mood going low, and just wait for a second and it will start meowing like this. So it just indicates that you have to do something, yeah. If you don't do anything, you know, the game will just finish. But let us wait for a moment. Like here we have sleep, and now we just wait, yeah, like we're not doing anything. And like just a moment. So well, we have many of these statistics going low. So here we have a message, yeah. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to save your animal, but uh, like a second chance is, because it's for children and you don't want them to have their animal die, and you know. So here we have a question, yeah, like a general question about endangered species, yeah. So if you answer it right, the game will reload, yeah. But if we answer it wrong, yeah, like may I ask for wrong answer, yeah. So what we have here is, yeah, like you answered incorrectly, and an advice to just go and get this animal once again, like to go to the zoo, yeah, and to scan that QR code once again. Okay, so thank you for your attention, yeah, and we're open to your questions.
Okay, so again, me as a zoo side. First of all, congratulations for your progress since yesterday. I really love the idea that finally we don't have Pokemon Go, but finally Tamagotchi. So yeah, that was the good choice. My question is, one more thing, I really like the idea of petting the lion. One more time, you can do it in your life. But the question is. Uh, how much time you need more or less to create this application even in the basic level workable?
You mean like with login for each person, like for each user? Yeah.
Yeah, something like this.
Well, I estimated like for the basic version, yeah, with very very basic functionality, but working like for open audience, like I would say, yeah, about 2 or 3 months, I would estimate it. But with totally with all of the functionality working with some additional things with nice graphics, animations, and like that. Of course, if we keep it simple, yeah, then probably less than a month, yes. But well, the most hard part for us was to make graphics, yeah, because we did it all by ourselves, yeah, and ourselves, like, and that was the hardest thing. But well, if we just take it to the production, yeah, then you know then someone who maybe has more like experience, yeah, with creating such graphics will do it quicker, yeah. But if we're talking about basic functionality, like because it's all is coded in pure JavaScript, yeah, like it will not take long, sure.
Okay, and one more congratulations because you're the first one who thought about our incomes. So if you answer the question wrong, you need to come back to this, so our bosses will love it.
Yeah, like that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. I remember some years ago I had Tamagotchi as well. I killed it. I just not fed it. Okay, next team with the zoo challenge is Hakinalata, and it sounds like Hakuna Matata. So let's see if they are happy. What that means? Hakinalata. Cool. Okay. Okay. Presentation is on. The stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. We are Hakinalata, and for this Collabothon, we prepared a mobile app, an app that you can download. So if you have an Android device, you can scan this QR code. Our app is based on GPS, so don't expect to play the app here. You will have to actually leave the building and walk around the zoo to actually experience it fully. The QR code will be visible throughout the presentation, so don't worry, you can scan it anytime. Now, let's talk about the zoo. The mission of the zoo is to conserve wildlife. This is why the guests are educated about animals. Do you know how many people come to the zoo each day? For this zoo, it's about 5,000. Do you know how many people use guides to check out the zoo? This is less than 500 per day, usually. It means that more than 90% of the people come to the zoo and They come to have a good time, to see the animals, but they are not guided by the tours. And I implore you to ask yourselves, how much would you learn if you came to the zoo alone versus with a guide? Right? The difference is colossal. The guides are essential to taking something away from the zoo. However, we cannot provide enough guides to everybody. Like, it wouldn't be sustainable. Cloning is not advanced enough yet. So we need to find a different solution. Here comes Zoo Companion. This is our app. This is the zoo guide for the remaining 90% of people. Our app lets visitors walk around the zoo and learn about the animals. Whenever you come to an animal, you can learn. You learn about an animal, especially what you can do in your daily lives to help it in the wildlife, in the wild. After learning about an animal, you can take part in a quiz. Correct answer means that the animal joins you and follows you throughout the zoo. This is a reward to the user, but it comes at no cost to the zoo. And let's remember the most important takeaway for zoo visitors. It is what people can do in their daily lives to help the wildlife. Whenever you read about an animal in our app, you can click a like icon that contains an advice what you can do to help it in the wild. Because each animal can be helped in a different way. Now, when you are actually at the zoo, there is a crowd around you. You can barely see the animal. Like, looking at your phone is the last thing you want to do. This is why our app includes spoken commentary feature. Powered by deep learning, you can listen to the voice of BBC stars speaking and telling you about the animals while you look at them. Now, voice lectors can also help visually impaired guests because they don't need to read the signs. And it also opens up the zoo to a crowd that wasn't able to participate as fully before. At the end of the zoo visit, we also have some extra features which lets users book trips, guided trips through the zoo. And since this is a mobile app, right, it offers like nearly unlimited potential for translation. We can invite audience from other countries, and zoos from other countries could actually reuse assets. The same education material which is used in like Berlin could be used here in Łódź. And it also comes to like 3D models, environment. Most of the app is actually reusable. We envision on the business side as something that is shared across many zoos. Now, at the end of the zoo visit, 90% of people who come without a guide, they came just to see the animal. By having a guide in their pockets, we're making sure that those guests are going to come home with new knowledge. And if you've seen the Disney movie, The Lion King, you probably know Hakuna Matata. Our team is named Hakinalata, and this is the programmer equivalent of Hakuna Matata, which means, don't worry, it's gonna be all right. Thank you. We can also play some videos because the presentation was super fast.
I'm thinking. Just 1 second. Okay, so first of all, I really appreciate that you're the team that finally put something that I was talking about. So not just the education, but conservation education, which is more or less the same, but there is huge difference. So it is changing the human behavior, not giving human just a good knowledge that you can find everywhere in Wikipedia or whatever. So my question is, you mentioned you can make it unified together with other zoos. In your opinion, you could do it because here you give the example with QR codes, but could you modernize this application, something like you just make the virtual tour, something like this? So you don't have to go, for example, to zoo in Tokyo to visit their zoo if they will also participate in this app.
We didn't envision it. However, the main cost of creating such an app is creating high quality assets, be it, educational content, 3D models. I think there is a lot of potential for like collaboration between institutions in creating those assets. Naturally, during a 3-day hackathon, we tried our best. We tried to create a nice 3D model of our Łódź Zoo and animals that live here. However, as you can imagine, a proper app would have like a nice 3D models of all the animals living here, and I think they could be reused for those virtual visits to other zoos. And yeah, there is more of us. There is like 5 of us in the team. So voice to Cristiano.
Thank you. And if you have the possibility to gather a common data source which could be used, then the maps of the different zoos could be linked to those knowledge bases in order to have a virtual walk around in the zoos, which could also maybe be later on built out to see how many visits does this animal get in this world or this world, or in this zoo or this zoo, and maybe have a common have a common basis that you could build on. Like, for example, every alligator could then access the same information if you're looking at the zoo in Tokyo or the zoo in Berlin or the zoo in Łódź.
I was just wondering if you could also make the app social, so if you could see what other, like if it's a school trip, what other kids have collected and see them walking side by side with the different animals that they've collected.
As a app developer, social aspect comes with a lot of restraints. Of course, it can be added. Naturally, connecting people, you need to know that those people actually know each other. There is going to be no inappropriate content, trolling, and so on. It could be explored, especially for school trips. I imagine like a teacher could actually like let track their kids in the zoo or something like that. Yeah. Once again, thank you, and please sign up. Yeah, there are 15 animals in the zoo to find out. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, the next team we have, this is a CICD team, so completely insane city druids. Do we have them on site? Yes, we have them.
Hello. So hello everybody. Welcome to our journey for the city druids, and our application is we see as our application as an enhancement for the existing education programs of zoos already, and our target group is are children. So starting from the age of kindergarten to primary school,
till they have the first own mobile. And that's why we sent 2 of our kids already outside, and you can see our live demo of our application. As a first step, of course, families with their children are traveling around in the zoo, and suddenly they came to a certain point where they see a QR code. So they scanned the QR code, and very slow, kids. So it's like children, they are doing whatever they want to do, and they touched already some other points. So our application is tracking your GPS position, and we want that the people are coming to the zoo. They have to visit it. They have to feel this, the smell, and they have to listen to the voices of the animals, that they have a feeling of that these are live animals and that they are live creatures. So normally at the beginning, they see a QR code. They will open the application by launching the link. And I just continue now. After they touched the first QR code, they started the application. They will receive some questions about the animal that they are very close to. So we are tracking it up to 10 meters distance to the animal. There are certain questions getting asked, and we take care that the questions can be answered by reading the information that are already given by the zoo itself. So we want that the children with their parents together are reading all the informations that are given to answer the questions, because we know from experience that if you read something, you will remember it later on. So we have a much more deeper learning by doing it like this. If you answered all the questions correctly, then you will receive a page like this with even more information that you can read, and this informations are also available then offline. After you left the zoo, you can still read about this animal, and you can find more information about the species and why maybe this species is on risk. And you have a very special functionality, the augmented reality function, because the children want to take the pet home, but they're not allowed to. So we give them a kind of replacement. They can take this model home, and they can do some very nice screenshots. So wherever they want to place this model at their own home, they can do a screenshot, and they can send this screenshot around to all their families, friends, and the kids are returning. And like this, we see that, or we want to achieve that more and more people come to visit the zoo. This is very important for us, that the numbers of visitors for the zoo are slightly rising, to have a more budget maybe available for the zoo itself, but it should rise slightly, because also the zoo has to take care on the protection of the animals, because as more visitors you have, as more noise you will produce, as more flashlights will exist, And also you have to protect the animals before this. Yeah, very nice. This is nice. So we should remove the age limitation for this app. So it's for all kind of children. So this you can take home, you can show it to everybody. Everybody will be interested in seeing this and maybe doing a selfie with one of these nice 3D models. So as next,
I don't know, was it clear what we are doing there? We have full implementation of GPS, so when we were moving during the balcony, we can catch this panda. We have take a part in a quest that we are saving the child of orangutan. So there are such a part of the application like achievements. Is this microphone working? Achievements. We have a shop for those who don't want to go to zoo. So there's loot boxes that they can buy animals that they haven't catch yet, or perhaps the animal is in the other zoo and they don't want to go, so they can get this animal this way. In our gallery, we have some tips how to help animals, like for example, for hedgehogs to leave leaves so they can hide there in the winter, for Bhutan to stop eating stuff with palm oil. Yeah, I think it's time for questions.
So may I have the first one? How big effort is to create such a model of the animal?
Our friend was doing it in Blender. Each animal takes a few hours, and so there's a basic animation of them.
We have very talented graphic.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for these couple of thousand animals, it will be couple of thousand days, yeah, to get all of them?
Well, we don't want to give all animals at one
Okay.
time, because this application, like every product, it have a time when everyone wants it, but then the people, number of people interested in the application goes down, and then we add another animal. So it's not like we give all animals from the start. To keep the people interested in the application
Okay.
and wanting, I don't know, this loot boxes. We understand that someone won't be able to get to the zoo, I don't know, every month, every couple weeks. Okay, so new animals arrives, people can go, can afford whatever reasons there are, they buy loot boxes. They don't go to zoo, but money goes to the zoo.
Okay, thank you.
and also the number of animals that are available should help that, or should take care that the people are traveling around the zoo. So we should place the animals that are first available on some very far away points, that we take care that the people will see everything and we can guide them on their way through the zoo. Even with the quests, we can control the flow of people in the zoo. So if we have a very crowded area, we can start on the opposite side, one of these quests, and we see that the people will move away from this crowded place, even also to protect the animals for noise and for lights and so.
You said the app is targeted for children, but you're including loot boxes in it. Loot boxes are kind of considered in gaming a type of gambling almost. We have some kind of parental locks or any kind of ways of making sure that kids don't access that.
Exactly. So in these loot boxes, there are randomly selected pictures of animals, and of course, the mobile phones of the children, if they have already one, is hopefully not enabled with the pay functionality. So they cannot buy these loot boxes itself. So there also always has to be an adult very guiding them.
Well, it can be easily changed for more clear point of shopping. So I don't see any problem here. If loot boxes will be banned, then we can change it to anything else. Thanks for your question.
Thank you, guys. So now we have 2 lost sheep. They forgot to put themselves into Discord, but we'll give them the chance to present themselves and they will participate in Google Challenge. This is the super team. Yes, exactly. So a few seconds for a setup. And then we can roll on. The presentation is on already. Who will be the speaker? Do you need second mic? No, because we are streaming that, so the microphone is needed. Do you need the second microphone?
We're the last team, so like just 5 more minutes and it should be done.
Hi. Hi. Hello. Okay. All right. So this number of people that came from Ukraine to Poland since the beginning of the war may not surprise us. But maybe everyone knows that many of those people are HIV positive, which means that they need continuous therapy. Or that many of those people are diabetic, which means that they need insulin every single day. Or that many of those people suffer from kidney failures, which means that the only way for them to survive is to have a dialysis every 3 to 4 days. Summing it up, it's almost 500,000 of patients from Ukraine that came to Poland with chronic diseases, and it's actually the 3 random illnesses that just came to my mind. There are many more of those people, not mentioning pregnant women or the patient with cancer diseases that are under the ongoing chemotherapy. So according to our governmental guidelines, it's actually the screenshot from our National Health Fund official website. We as a Poland are obliged to provide free medical healthcare to every Ukrainian patient for free. But imagine that you are a person who just moved into another country, not knowing the language, not knowing the country, the land. Finding the specialized medical healthcare is pretty hard. But well, as we are obliged to fund this health, we have special financial spaces in our budget to fund for contracts for Ukrainian patients with particular medical places. So finding those are pretty hard. What we already done, it's what pretty good. Our Minister of Health just developed the tool that is Lekarpl. It's a tool that connects our Polish doctors with Ukrainian patients, but it solves the problem of the primary healthcare. It's just the consultation. When you have a chronic disease like diabetes or kidney failures or high pregnancy, it's not helpful to you at all.
And that's why we created Maply, which is a map that if you have a certain condition, you can open it like Google, and based on the condition that you have, let's say diabetes, you can find places within your range that offer you medical help with that, or pharmacies that will provide drugs for diabetes. You can also look at what you can take care of yourself to see what actions outside of medical help you can take in your life, whether it's diet, whether it's environmental, whether it's air pollution, to help yourself. Now you can also look at psychologists if you're in need of mental help, and so those are the options that we do have. Now coming back to our presentation. So yeah, you can open the app, you can find the facilities, you can find the rankings, and you can also connect with other users that, for example, have the same problem that you do have and have been to a facility like that to see what their opinions are, how the treatment is there, and you can have that knowledge and connect with others. So what connects humans' health and health of the planet? Well, we're not solving the planet's health problem, we're solving human health, but human health connects with environment we're in. If you have asthma, for example, well, having air pollution, it's going to increase your chance of having an asthma attack. So you're going to be more conscious about what environment you're in, how healthy that is, and that can also translate to your choices and the need you press upon having a healthy environment that you live in. And the last thing is we are helping individuals. So we're helping the primary needs. After those are addressed, where they're physically healthy and mentally healthy, then they can go into societies, build communities, and work to support economies.
But our tool solves problem not only of the individuals. We also want to help the higher entities like local governmental, local councils that are responsible to organize this help. We, by our app, let to people, patients directly connect to those places without the help of the local council. We also help pharmacies to solve the Polish equivalents of the Ukrainian medicine, and also private healthcare providers to attract their customers as they provide services directly for Ukrainian patients. And finally, we help the Ministry of Health to avoid the consequences. Let's say the patient has a kidney failures and he or she does not get this dialysis within 3 days, which means that actually in a week or two, the patient lands in the hospital, which is more expensive and more dangerous. This graph, we just use it to show you that people from Ukraine are eager and prone to download various apps. It's just a graph that, on the example of Signal, it shows how much the rate of the downloading grow after the beginning of the war. People are really eager to download apps, so we assume that they will be also prone to download our app. And when it comes to funding on the project, in our budget, there is a special space at the 8th Fund. It basically supports different various solutions in Poland that helps Ukrainian people that came from here. And medical healthcare and psychological healthcare is highlighted here. When it comes to general cost of the project, it's generally the minimum of the 100,000 of zlotys, basically with the development of the app and the maintenance from around a year. Okay, so today we want to solve the problem with access to medical healthcare and psychological healthcare, as we perceive this as fundamental and really most important. Later, tomorrow and in 2 days, we can develop the app to cover more everyday needs, like finding groceries, finding kindergarten and school for Ukrainian children, finding job markets for Ukrainian people. It's everything is based on your localization and the map.
Now, the limiting factor again is that if we have people that come here are stressed, they're in need of the basic needs, and we can help them care for those, then they can move on to economy, then they can move on to societies and then support them. And that creates even more value, not only to individuals, but the society as a whole.
And why us? Why we could be great people to develop that? Actually, we've got the team for 5. So there are like 5 brilliant minds, 3 IT guys and 2 medical students, which we actually are. That's why medical health and providers are really important to us.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Now time for questions.
We've got
Anyone?
our IT guy here.
Just the question, because the idea is, I think, very important, but how much of this idea is already coded?
Actually, the problem we started with, it just the data is available, but it's really chaotic and it's really spread all over the internet, and it's actually not really covered yet for people with chronic diseases or like in special medical cases. We didn't find any solution like that before.
I am asking about what you have already prepared.
We?
I mean, the developers.
Okay. So we prepared the prototype, which we showed. This is a clickable prototype, which basically shows map your localization. And if you choose diabetes or psychological help, it shows places that provide help directly for Ukrainian people within 5-kilometer radius. And this also info point, yeah, where you can find any recommendation, there's guidelines that help your health and are focus on the eco-friendly solutions.
Okay.
So these would be the first step functionalities, and then that can be also developed later.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I think it's a really great idea. I have 2 questions. So the first question is, these people are coming from a war zone, and they're going to be having, lack of documentation, perhaps sketchy information about their medical histories, and you're going to be connecting them with people that are providing really specialist care, really specialist medications. So how are you going to solve that problem without sending them to a primary care physician first, for example?
So for primary, as I understand the information about the patient, that's the issue here. Okay, so primary care, you can get that right as well. So if any Ukrainian patient would go to a doctor, ideally they would have their documents on them, which unfortunately they do not. If you go to a specialist, for example, even if you don't have documentation that would say you have diabetes, they can do 2 tests that will confirm that you do actually have a diabetes. So you can restart or recreate medical history or diagnose a patient without having previous data on him.
Yeah, and the base here is actually my experience, because I've been working as a volunteer in like local hospitals and local healthcare points, and people that came here, there, Ukrainians, just came to me and said, I have, for example, diabetes. I need an insulin. So I had no point in like thinking whether he's right or wrong. He just needs the insulin. He knows that. He knows that he's having X illness and that he needs that exact medicine. It's not for me to judge whether he's got or not this illness. It's for me to help him immediately because he needs this help immediately.
Ideally, from a legislative standpoint, we would want to have that documentation, all those procedures in place. But in a situation of an emergency and a life threat, like, for example, your kidneys are failing and you just need to have the blood in your system cleaned, well, the alternative that a person could die.
Okay, great. And my second question was, there's a lot of personal data on there that you're going to have on the app, and there was also a chat system forum where a lot of that data is being shared. So what are you going to do to protect that data? I mean, that could be quite an expensive thing to do.
Is if I understand correctly, your question comes from having patients' data on the app. Okay, so we do not have that. It's an informational site, so you would not feed an app information like I have, for example, this is my name, this is my personal information, all the information that is needs to be secured. You just create an account as you XYZ, and you can use that just as information. This is, you don't feed, as far as I understand, Google all those other additional informations necessarily. So we do not require that from our customers.
Okay, great. Yeah, I understood that a user would create a profile and then put loads of
Not
information.
not really. It does a person X that has probably potentially diabetes, right? You can just take in Google Maps and look for a hotel or restaurant on the Trivago, yeah? Just looking for it, and it's a tool to providing that knowledge.
Hi there. Sorry, again, I am not in the jury, but I have one question. You two are medical students.
Yep.
So you know that some people are drug addicts, and how would you avoid? Because you said that you will give insulin, that's okay, but what if there will be someone who will need a really strong drug? Would you do the same?
But we show them the way to the place, medical place that is closest to them. Like, for example, to the pharmacy, right? Or we show them the way to the doctor, to the places which gives them dialysis. But it's a medical place with specialists on site. We are just giving them knowledge, not judging what their condition is, whether they are sick or not.
So we're not, as I understand, we're not administering drugs to patients, to clear that out. We're not doing that. There's nothing like that happening whatsoever. We're simply connecting them to facilities, and then you have professionals who do that if they feel and from their experience assess the patient that this patient indeed actually needs, and for example, an opioid drug.
Yeah, when there is an immediate help, med help needed, we just gives them the tool to find it as quickly as possible, as close to them as possible. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. Yeah, so we did a research and we found that the places, medical places that have contract with our national health fund, they have the contracts to provide places for Ukrainian patients. So they have a space for that. Yes, special places like sports spaces for Ukrainian patients. And we want to guide Ukrainian patients to places which have places for Ukrainian people, right?
Mm, mm. Well, it's problematic if we wanted to update it every day, let's say every 2 hours, right? Because you would need additional infrastructure, and that gets exponential there. We would provide places that you can contact directly. So we would not have the service of you just go into app and book dialysis, because that is, well, that requires just much more work, bigger team, and much more money, efforts, and on-site support of that system. So we unfortunately cannot do that with our capacities.
but yeah, but that's why you have this forum, this rating forum, then possibly ability to chat with others who already went there. Yeah, you can exchange the experiences, and also we have the phone number or contact data. You can directly contact the place. Yeah, that's in our view, it's like maximum of what we can do at today. Any more questions? The app will be also available in Ukrainian language. Thank you very much. And that was the last presentation. Hooray, we're done.
Thank you. Okay, guys, so this is it. That was the last presentation. So now the Sabbath of bloody IT guys will gather and they will decide your fate. So this is it. And one all information. So you can pack up your things if you want. Then you can go downstairs and our friends from Commerzbank, they will just keep your things there. You will get a ticket with a number, so your belongings will be safe. You can go down. It will be easier for us as well to clean up here, but we won't force you to go down. Yeah, and at 7 we meet here for the final announcements. That's it. Operator, put us on break, please. Hello again, and for the last time, we gather here to announce winners of Collabothon and winners of every challenge. Last 3 days were quite busy, not only for you, for us as well. We are quite tired. I would say the same about you. Some of you slept for 1 hour during the first night. I know that. But let's see if it was worth it. So, just to the point, because I know that you are all waiting. First person to announce winner of the Zoo Challenge will be Michał Gołędowski.
Okay, so it's an honor to set who is the winner, and sometimes the simple solution are the best solution. So it's an honor to set that the winner of the Zoo Challenge is GNU Power. Congratulations. Stand up.
Come on, guys.
You want to say something? Thank you to your parents and family.
I can share the second mic here as well.
I guess we are very grateful, and it was super unexpected as for me, and I guess for all of our team, and I don't really know what even to say. Just thank you.
Yeah, it was like really hard for us, and we literally, yeah, like just like you said, like we slept for 2 hours, yeah, last night, and I don't know, really, just we're so happy with this, with all of this, what is happening now. Really, thank you all for this opportunity for us.
I mean, yeah. Do you hear me? I mean, yeah, it's surprise for us, I think, because we wasn't expecting to get something because it's our first hackathon and it's kind of we don't have so many knowledge and we are just students and yeah, I mean, we're super happy and grateful for everyone. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this Collabothon. The Collabothon went really great. Like it's our first experience, and we are heading to participate in more hackathons in the future. So it was really unexpected, like surprise for us, and special thanks to our team lead Yula, who did most of the work, and to the Butter and to the Maxim. They did basically all the technical part of this our project. Thanks.
Thanks for everything. It's really shocked. We just shocked. We're still shocked, you know. It seems like a dream or something like this. We were thinking about to give up in a one time, but this guy told us don't give up, and we believe it in ourselves. Somehow, some inspiration came because you all these guys I like crazy. I don't know how to explain it. You know, lots of stuff that we don't know even the part of it. But the thing is that, like this guy said, never give up. We are staying here. We're still shocked. I cannot believe to this. That's all.
And I also want to thank all the staff who are working here. And I also very great for all the juries, for all the people who are working in the zoo, for all those who are interested in cool solutions, who really, I want to say thank you one more time for all the people who care about great solutions, about a bright future, and making our lives better.
And also thank you for the beautiful like canteen. I mean, like snacks were really really, we're full. Like, guys, thank you.
Let's care about animals and let's save the planet.
Thank you, guys. Hope that's, well, for the next time you will have more courage and believe in yourself. Okay. Uh, next challenge is Google challenge, and this winner will present Krzysztof from Google.
Okay, guys. So thank you for all participants in Google's challenge. I really appreciate your hard work over last 3 days. And during debate, it wasn't easy. And we, together with my friends from jury, we decided that something which is working is it has real impact, right? And it was the most important factor during our decision. Second thing, we really liked personal touch. So solution which won had this that it match people with real people and creates the interaction. So the winner in Google's challenge in Collabothon 2022 is the team of Jason Derulo.
Operator, do we have them online? What will you do with the money? Okay, next on the list is winners of O'Reilly Challenge. And these people will be presented by Ivo Nestorov.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for all your hard work and for participating in the event, and obviously to Commerzbank for also organizing such a wonderful hackathon and inviting us to participate. We really enjoyed both of the O'Reilly submissions. We really liked how the team using the personality tests really thought through all the different outputs and inputs into the model, as well as how it will be applicable for the individual's learning, as well as for the job market. We also really enjoyed the work of the team that put together kind of a learning experience system. And with this team, what we particularly appreciated is what we came after the feedback session yesterday. James and I were saying, this looks great, this is fantastic, but they didn't think of the hardest bit, which was the machine learning model. How is that all going to work together? So today, when we saw the presentation, lo and behold, they actually thought of the machine learning model, and we saw it in action. So because of that, and because of the wonderful product that they put together, the O'Reilly Prize goes to Enanemos, if I can pronounce that correctly. So well done.
Operator, get them online. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, and now the winner of Commerzbank Challenge will be announced by Marek Gajowniczek.
Hi, hello. So first of all, I would like to thank you all the participants for their contribution and the results they have presented. Our challenge was about sustainability and how to say traveling through the city. So we decided that the prize will go to the ones who support biking to the office with a bit of business behind. So getting the information, first of all, about lowering the CO2 footprint, as well as getting to the other sustainable transport like buses. So the winner of Commerzbank Challenge is the super great team.
They are in shock. They
Thank you
are
very
not
much.
smiling.
We are really surprised and we're very happy about this. And I thank to my team because they are really great and working with them was just fun. And I hope that this app can be really done and to support this sustainable means of transport.
Yeah, I'd also like to thank you very much to everyone. It was great experience and opportunity to learn new things. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my first hackathon ever, and I didn't imagine this. So it's cool.
Thank you very much. Thank you. We would also like to thank our fifth team member, Tatagat. He's currently on an airport waiting for a flight to Frankfurt. I know he's watching us, so yeah, hi. Yeah, well, we really didn't expect it, and yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, yesterday we basically had a little bit of obstacle because we couldn't connect the backend with the nice design that our designers did. So we decided to make this really, really well crude prototype, but it all worked out at the end, and we'll be able to show you those two core features of this application that it can be done. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. And now, the last one, the most important one. So the main prize of Collabothon 2022. Who was the boldest? Who was the smartest? Who was the fastest? I don't know with them, but they won anyway. So the main prize will be presented by Michael Varona from Commerzbank. Welcome, Michael.
Yeah, welcome again. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I have the honor to present now the main prize. But before I do that, I would like to thank you to all the 29 teams that took part here at this event at the Collabothon 2022. In total, we had over 200 participants, and I hope you had 48 really great hours of sharing ideas, good participation, collaboration, effective programming, and I think that's the most important one, a lot of fun. Yeah, because you heard in our internal speech, it's about fun, it's about fame, and it's about money. And therefore, I'm coming now to the main prize. A special congratulations for the following team for the main prize, and it's going to Parrot. I think in this team you prepared, yeah. Congratulations from my side. You prepared a mobile application based on AI to recognize whether animals are on the pen or not, and so if they are visible really for the zoo visitors. And therefore, congratulations again for this really great prize.
Thank you, Michael. I will give voice to the guys now.
Well, thank you. We wouldn't have expected that. So I think I can speak for me. I'm absolutely speechless. I can only say that the last 3 days were so much fun. So for me, it was the first hackathon, and wow, it's a great honor to stand here right now. Thank you really much.
Oh, well, let me explain myself. Today I am very shocked, like the people from Kazakhstan, from Kyrgyzstan. I am just a Polish guy who just started to participate in such events because I have an idea that people who are not so much technical should participate in the IT industry because they can add something very special. They can provide business analytics. They can provide some new ideas. And I think that it is the way to improve our environmental activities. And this is my path that I am here today.
Okay, yeah, well, I don't really know what to say as well. First of all, thank you very much. Thank you to my team. It was a heck of a lot of fun just throwing ideas back and forth. No, that's shit. Let's not do that. What about we do it like this? Yeah, I've learned a lot. It was a lot of fun. So thank you for organizing it. Thank you to my team for having such a great work experience. Just thank you.
Also, I would like to thank the organizers for the wonderful days that we spent together, and my team for participating, contributing to the success, our success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Now, about this shit, if you've heard our guy from the zoo during the webinar, you know, the shit is a part of life cycle. So you can get something good from that, always. Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. The winners of Collabothon 2022, Parrot! Okay, guys, that will be the end. That will be the end. I will not say, do not weep, as not all of the tears are evil. Now, it's the end of our fellowship. I will miss you for sure. Hope that you will miss me as well. The guy with not funny puns, but well, what can I do? So thank you from my side. And now I give voice to Isabella, so the main organizer of this event.
Yeah. Hello, guys. Oh, you hear me? Okay. I will take a while because I really want to thank you. Thank you to all participants and also to my team because without them, this event wouldn't have sense. So I would like to thank you around 20 people. It was really hard work, many challenges, and I hope that a lot of fun together. Yeah. But there are not everybody here because they already, for example, started vacation. Lucky them. So, yeah. But I'm waiting for mine, so that's okay. Okay, so I want to my girls and boys come to me. Yeah, Janeta, Karolina, Daria, Dominika, Krzysztof, Michał, come here. Yeah. Konrad.
Operator.
So I'm trying to see if yeah. Yeah. So please clap for them because without them this event wouldn't be so cool. Okay.
And now let's go celebrate.
Remember that you can buy beer with your vouchers.